Hello and good morning. Oh my goodness. I should wear a hat. So otherwise it's like my hair is miserable today. Oh, so much light. There we go. Now you guys can see me. I can see my screen. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. How you doing? I still have some cough from COVID, but it's all getting better. So I am excited. So you know how last time I said that I wanted to have UVs done for this time around? Well, I have UVs done for this time around. And I'll go ahead and I'll change my screen here in just a minute, but here we go. ZBrush live. Hey Synopsis, how you doing? Okay, so here is our creature as he stands. I've done some very minor things sculpturally to him so far. Things that there'll be some things that we go through and we kind of enhance today. But like a couple of things that I did include, I wanted to make sure that this wasn't all consistently the same. Ah, from Ireland. Okay, cool. I feel like I'm sitting up taller because I'm using my work chair instead of my other chair. Well, I mean, it's my personal chair, but I mean, it's my nicer chair. So I was sitting up higher. Yeah, so what we're going to do today, because I have all my UVs set, is we're going to go ahead and do kind of a final color pass. Explore some colors a little bit better instead of having these gray tones on there. And then we're going to go ahead and and then we're going to go ahead and sculpt in some scales. So I've been thinking a lot about what I want to do with the scale. Oh, and then hopefully we can get into posing this guy today too. We'll have to see though, because I'm going to have about 2 hours. And I've got a birthday cronut here that I'm trying to finish up. So, we're going to eat breakfast. We're going to chill and jam. So, let's get started on this. The big thing that I want to make sure of, let's go ahead and start with the head. In fact, let me see. I think I've shown you guys this before. This is super, super cool. Not Marvel, my site's SMAARTIST. Okay, this is a super amazing site. It's called Bluescape. And we use this at work to be able to organize thoughts and projects and just reference images, things like that. What I want to do, let me see, right over here. Oh, it looks like I haven't put it up. Yeah, let's go over to Instagram because I know for sure that I have. Continue as SMAARTIST. Oh, come on. I know I just made a post about it, so this is why I'm trying to get it all pulled up. There we go. So this is kind of like our little color comp that I went ahead and started to pull together. I'm just going to copy it over to Bluescape so that we have it ready. Kind of zoom in over here. Put this Control V. So now we have kind of a good little reference for our color. And we got other things in here. I mean, you can see a little bit about like some interesting little crack patterns kind of coming in here, just to kind of break up the surface, break up the highlights. I want to have something that's a little bit more obvious, something that's a little bit more, something a little bit more present. And then I also want to try to give like a little bit more anatomy to some of these areas that feel like they're not anatomical yet. So let's get this started. Oh, that cough just won't quit. You know what? Let's go ahead. Let's make a post real quick, just so that people can know that I'm on. Let me see. For some reason it doesn't want to add my photo here. Okay, whatever. We're gonna skip that then. Twitch.tv/pixelogic. Customize that sticker text. Join me live. I'm so sorry that I'm a little bit late this morning. Hold on. Thanks, Peter. Hoping to get into some good detailing stuff today. So, currently, the biggest thing that I need to be sure of is that I have the anatomy like strengthened the way that I need it. And I can do this as I go along too. It's not a huge deal. But there'll be some things kind of like, oh, come on. Grab that brush. Okay. Like here where I just want to have like a nice strong silhouette for the muscles, and these forms for the elbow, just to give it a little bit stronger of a shape. Oh shoot, I didn't have symmetry turned on. Dang it. Okay, so first thing I gotta do, since I've messed it up already, let's come in here, and you can, I'll show you so that, just so you can see kind of the difference that it makes. Hit Smart Resim, so that way it takes whatever's masked and samples it over to the other side. So now we've got the re-sculpted stuff over here. Turn on symmetry. Now we're cooking. That's a little bit better. Okay. Let's see, we've got our feet, and they're looking, they're looking decent. Let's go ahead and we'll say we'll use our clay buildup just to kind of enhance. In fact, maybe what we have to do is we'll just take, that's why, it's because it's winding weird. Yeah, we'll just boost it up a level, and then we'll just sculpt it, because that'll be, yeah, that means that I messed something up with my topology, and so now it's winding in a really weird way. We just want to try to make sure that we have like these little hints at like tendons and flesh and different thickness of flesh as we're going around these toes, and that'll help to make sure that the that the anatomy feels fun and thought through, and got to make sure that we've got enough of it on each foot here. Do you want to give this a little bit more? Okay, so we got something like that going on. What are the minimum requirements to install ZBrush? You must have a computer. The recommended requirements are to have at least 16 gigabytes of RAM, and really that's pretty much it. I don't think it's really changed for a long time. So hopefully I'm not missing anything. There's a possibility that I am, though. It's mostly RAM heavy, so it's so having a big graphics card isn't going to be as much of a, hold on. Yeah, technically you don't have to be at least 18 years old to work ZBrush. I've had my kids use ZBrush, so you may have to be 18 years of age or older in order to be able to have the Maxon account, which is a slight bit different, but it's okay. Trying to figure out how I feel about that. I think that's feeling a little bit too puffy. So maybe we'll just leave it at that. Okay, let's play with this leg right here real quick. And then we should be able to get into like some more high resolution sculpting stuff. Let's invert that. Use our move topological, and we'll just kind of make his arm a little bit more swole right there, more defined. It's not a whole lot, it's just a little bit that really kind of puts it where it needs to be. Right here, I think I want to define this transition a little bit better. So what I'm going to do, let's grab that loop and grab that loop. Let's kind of grab that. And we'll kind of define this transition here just a little bit better. Go ahead and soften that mask, and then we can kind of pull this down. This means that I might need to go through and tweak some UVs just a little bit, but you know, it should be fine. Because the thing that's going to happen is that like the UVs that I have created for this guy are not going to take into account the way that this right now currently is pinching together. And I'm definitely going to need it to take that into account so that it's not, so that textures don't get stretched there. It's a little bit harsh. Let's go ahead and take that down. Turn off RGB. Smooth that down. Yeah. Hello and welcome. I know it's kind of anybody who watches the calendar is probably like, why hasn't this fool started yet? You know, right when 8 o'clock rolled around. Still trying to work on healing from COVID, so it's been kind of a wild couple of weeks. Trying to mute every few minutes when I need to cough so that I don't have to cough in your ear, because that's just rude. Take a bite of my birthday cronut, you know. I got some donuts for the family yesterday at this place here in Temple City called Rose City Donuts. They're awesome. It's a small business. People are super nice, family owned, and they do an awesome job with their donuts. Oh, merci. Okay. So one of the things that we'll start doing now, you know, I kind of want to like, let's add a little bit more definition to this crease in here. Just right there though. I don't want to do it everywhere. So let's Control H just to be able to make sure, yeah, that's getting some good definition right there. And that's helping so that it's like, it's defining that eye bag, and then it's just kind of like fading out. So when we go through in detail, We can add in some like supporting creases through here or something if we wanted to. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how detailed we get through there. We'll probably got to keep it more simple than that. Okay, let me see. We have a decent amount of geometry here. It's almost 2 million polys. I do feel like I need to subdivide it though. So let's go through and check this out. Hey, check this out. Oh, sorry. Okay, so one of the things that we'll play around with is this thick skin, and we also want to have layers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this layer, and we're going to name it Big Scales. Okay. All right. So now we've got our layer here. I'm going to turn on thick skin. Let's see how thick this lets us get. It looks like it's not letting us get very thick. So let's boost this. Let's. Oh wow, that's. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so that's actually really, really thick. Let's turn it down to like. Something like that. We'll say 0.35. It's going to need to be a little bit thicker than that. Let's say 0.5. I think that could work. I think that could work. Let's do this. So one of the things that I want to do is in my bluescape I have some reference, and I'll have this kind of pulled over to the side where you guys won't be able to see it, but I'll be able to see it. Did I close it? Did I like actually close it? I didn't close it. Okay. So yeah, I'll have this up on my other screen so that you guys can't see it, but I'll be looking at some of these images here. I need to look up. There was like I also like skinks. They're super cool, and they've got some really cool like chunky scales. So let's go ahead and say copy image. Come on, let's put you over here. So yeah, I love the color pattern on this guy, and so I think I might want to use like that type of color palette. Maybe not so much the pattern. I might figure out something different to do with my pattern, but something like this looks really cool as like a color palette. Although I'm still not entirely sure how I feel about the eyes. I mean, I have to try to figure that out and try to decide that. But we'll figure that out once we get in and have some other color for the body. So yeah, we've got that for the skink. We've got this guy right here. Look at that. Oh, wow. Those blue tongue skinks are awesome. Let's say copy image. I can close my Instagram. I don't need it right now. Okay, and this will give me a lot of really cool reference for like scale patterns on the head. Like you can see, like it's got these chunky scales, whereas other lizards like the horned toads, like they've got these teeny tiny noisy scales. So it's a very different, they're very different little creatures. Okay, this is almost like big, like bumpy, scaly plates. So it's kind of like I don't know. It's really kind of an interesting and odd difference. These desert iguanas are like super, just they're different. They're different. But I really love skinks. I love the separation of the scales, the patterns. It's super cool. So it's going to be mostly what I compare against. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab that. It's going to paste it right in the middle, but that's okay. Oh, I didn't put it right in the middle. That's interesting. Okay. So now that I've got these, I'm going to bring my my reference over to the other screen. And then I got to make sure that I can see the chat. I got to make sure that I can hit mute when I need to cough. Okay, so it looks like the thick skin may need to be even thicker, because maybe we'll leave it. So the site is called Bluescape. They do have a free version, but I think it's a limited time. It's a tool that we use. Let me bring it back so you guys can see. It works like what's it called? Like PureRef, except that you don't have to host anything on your home computer. It's all hosted online. I can leave links. I can put videos. I can put all sorts of things. Currently, oh, you know what? This is supposed to be up over here. Come on. Grab all of that. Pull that up into here so that we've got the same. So we got everything in the same thing. So here's the prompt. Here's the Dragon's Rise image there. I'm actually going. I don't know. I was thinking about going through and kind of getting rid of the old stuff, but I'll leave it. It's not a big deal. I do kind of want to see something though. Yeah, we should be good. We're fine. Okay. But yeah, Bluescape. BLUESCAPE. Yeah, this is what we use at Marvel for organizing our work. In fact, I think they use it Disney wide, pretty commonly. But yeah, it's super cool. I'd say go ahead and check it out. Give it a gander. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pull it back over to my other screen. Cool. All right. See if I can finish that donut. Okay, so I think I do want the thick skin to be thicker. Let's try one. Yeah, that feels better. We'll call that good. Okay. So what I want to do, and I'll be kind of making this up. In fact, here's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to get rid of that. Turn this up to 1. Oh, you know what? Let's get rid of our scale of our. Maybe let's turn off thick skin for a second. There we go. Now it's got the resolution there. Okay. Now we'll turn on the thick skin. Now we'll add a new layer. Big scales. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I want to try to get... you know what? I don't even have polygroups defined on here. Which is going to be absolutely miserable if I need to make any kind of selection. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's start defining a couple of groups. Get that for the brow. Come around here. We'll get that loop around the inside of the mouth. We'll say Control W. Now what we'll do is we'll grab this and we'll say polygroups, auto groups. Double side that so we can see it. Let's go ahead and hide some of this. I want to make sure that I can get the tongue on a group. Control W. That way the tongue's easy to select, the inside of the mouth is easy to select. Let's get this eye bag. You're going to carefully go around and kind of select this so that... And we can either select it, you know, like this, or we can go and we could have hidden that piece, just, you know, whatever feels easiest, just so we can, you know, go ahead and have that a separate group from the rest of the body there. I think we're gonna call that all right for our groups. I don't think we really need anything more than that. Let's save it so we don't lose it. Yeah, all of this is all set up, right? So this is all yeah, just for us to make sure that we have what we need. And now we can go ahead and we can just get started. Let's go ahead and come back up to layers. We'll open up thick skin as well. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of in fact, I'm trying to think, maybe I shouldn't use the clay buildup. Maybe I'll just use the clay brush, turn off RGB. That feels a little bit nicer. You'll notice that it'll only build out to a certain point because of the thick skin. Give it kind of this, here, let's go ahead and give it 100% intensity just so that we can sculpt in full. I think I'm getting too close. Yeah, let's finish out this scale size here. Maybe let's just use the yeah, I think that that'll work maybe a little bit better. Okay, I'm trying to see. So yeah, there should be kind of like this interesting. Let's kind of pull this over. I'm trying to make sure that the shapes aren't like purely circular or, but that they have like some sort of organic form to them. And I'm trying to also play with this idea of like straight shapes and rounded shapes and how they kind of fit together. You know, let's change that focal shift up so that it's a little bit tighter. I'm not sure that I like that. Let's see. Let's do something. There we go. Something kind of diamond shaped right there. Could be cool. Where are you from? I am in Los Angeles, California. How did you do that scale? It doesn't overlap itself. Well, I'm just kind of sculpting each one by itself. Um, you know, each one by the one next to it, I guess, is a better way to phrase it. Um, yeah, I'm not sure if that answers the question. Hopefully, it does. um, I'm gonna try to add in some like smaller bits down here. The idea behind anything that I sculpt today is to use it as a displacement map inside. Oh, see that now it's kind of too close to the next scale over. I did it again. Something kind of like that, maybe. Trying to go through and figure out exactly kind of how I want these head scales to go. Oh, that's touching a little bit too much there in the middle. That, and I don't think I like that that super long shape, so maybe what we'll do is we'll make it shorter. Get that a little bit more of an organic shape. give this a little bit more of a pattern to it. I'm trying to decide if I even like this. Here's what we can do. Let's try a different one. Oh, so the way that I'm doing this is with a thick skin feature up here. Uh-oh. Did I just murder something? I think I did. Uh-oh, did I? Okay, no, I think I'm alright. I thought I hit my keyboard shortcut to be able to merge things down. So what it is that I'm doing is I am using this thick skin, and then what the thick skin does is, let me open it up again. Hold on. Is it makes it so that I can sculpt as much as I want, but it'll only go to a certain height above the mesh, so it'll only go to a certain thickness. Okay, so all of this, it's only going up, a certain height, and it doesn't matter how much I sculpt on it. It's just going to go to that height. So yeah, it's really fun. Let me see. Try something a little bit different. Maybe what I'll do is I'll start kind of around the nose, and I don't know. Maybe the skinks are like the wrong. We'll use the clay brush because why not? That's why not. Okay, so I do like that I'm at least getting a nicer fall off with the standard brush. Um, I'm trying to be considerate also of like what my ridges are and how my maybe what we need to do too. Maybe we can go through and we can call this a little bit thinner in certain like delicate areas like around the nose. Whew. Hello. Oh, I'm doing all right. I'm trying to get through a COVID cough, and it's been an absolute horror, but it is what it is. Let me see. The other thing too is that it's not going to work just in the positive direction, it'll also work in the negative direction. So if I wanted to, I could come in and let's say add in like some nostril details kind of like this. And if I did go ahead and get, too close, or if I join shapes a little bit too much, I could come in here with my Damien Standard and I can just, sculpt that in, and it won't go beyond whatever that tolerance is. Which, maybe sculpting in the negative is probably, maybe that's the right way to go. Maybe that's the right way to to kind of go about this. Scales are always going to be kind of like a tricky thing to work with, though, because they're so organic. Oh, that's right, standard brush. Just gonna go through here and just kind of add in these kind of scales going along the lip. I do want them to all kind of terminate in about the same place and about the same way, even if they aren't starting off the same way. But one of the things I think I need to be a little bit more careful of is that they're too even, they're too similar. So let's see if we can... You know what? I wonder if there's a scale brush. I know that Ana Carolina AC went through and made some stuff. So maybe I'll go and patronize her. Yeah, let's go ahead and step it up a little bit here. She made you sculpt enough scales, you never have to worry about sculpting another scale again. Yeah, another way that she'll do it though, and I really like this way, is like, you know what? Here's something that I can do to kind of, I'll say automate things, but I don't know that I can really call it automating because it's going to be very manually driven. So I'm just going to use this noise here. Let's go to surface, go to edit. I'm going to try to do this the smartest way possible. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and say plugin scale. Let's drive this down real low. Okay. I might even have to go lower. Let's kind of get in here. Let's see what we've got. Cause I'm liking some of those patterns. It's just like it's too large. Okay, let's turn off the color blend there. We'll say mask by noise. Gonna take it a minute because it's got all those. It's got 7 million polys to worry about, and my computer's not amazing, but it's it's good enough. So look at that. It's like the selection's like too thin. So I'm curious how well this will work. You know what? Let's use that standard brush. Yeah, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work for me at all. Yeah, let's go ahead and kind of sharpen our mask. Yeah, it's still not gonna work. Shoot! I was hoping it would. Maybe it's just that it's too big or too small. So let's say plugin scale. Oh, too much. Because I think the thing that's happening is that each line was too thin, and so when it was the best way to start off Sculptober is the smartest way. That's funny. it's not even honoring the mask at all. Maybe it's just that this is too intense or something. I don't know. It's because it doesn't. It's like it wants to hold on to the mask until it gets to the clipping from the thick skin, and then it doesn't want to honor it anymore, which is irritating. Okay, well, I saw some things that I was liking, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab Mask Lasso. We're going to try to mask out some pattern here along the lip. I'm going to try to vary out the it's a little bit too narrow of a gap between the spaces here. Ooh. And I've got like 2 days to finish this guy out. Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah, let's go through here, and we'll just start to pull out some more scale patterns. This is probably going to take a while. But I'm already liking that better. That's working. I'm just still not sure of whether or not I like it or not. You know, like and maybe it's just a matter of having it in there like super subtle like that. So you know, we sculpt it in, and then we just kind of lower it down quite a bit until it's just barely there, because then it'll just break up any kind of silhouettes. Or not silhouettes per se, but it'll break up highlights and things like that. So you can see that it's you know, it's already changing the way that it's catching light here. So maybe it's just a matter of adding in some scales some places, and then lowering that height, lowering that intensity down. Go ahead and cough. My goodness. Did you try making a mask using the surface noise with the edit? Yes, I did. Um, it it works, but only so well. It's kind of a pain. Um, no, I wasn't here long, but I'll have to catch you later. Time for lunch. Have a good one, Steven. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. Well, hello, Nadira. Okay, so here's another thing I want to try. Let's go ahead and add in a new layer. And with this one, I'm going to turn on my standard brush. I'm going to turn on spray. There's no color, so we don't have to worry about the color. And I want to turn on maybe this alpha right here. Let's try this out. Yeah, it's getting a little bit too high in there, so it's like I don't want to build up to. Oh, that got nasty in there. Dang, why did that get so bad? Oh no. No way. Oh no. It's totally ruined my layer somehow. How did that? No way. Oh, we gotta undo. How did that even happen? Oh, that's frustrating. Take this down so it's barely a whisper. Okay, turn that off. Make sure there's no mask. New. This is definitely going to be helpful for like this sort of area where it's like I can just kind of brush this in. Do something kind of like this. I'm going to use like some varying sizes of dots through here so that we can get kind of a different feel. Let's kind of just get something in there, kind of like that. Let's turn this other layer on. That's all right. Let's turn record back on. That might be a little bit too much right there. Yeah, this is looking much, much better. And I'm thinking what I might do. I'm thinking about what I might do. It's like I'm just trying to be, trying to use this this effect a little sparingly, because I don't want it to be all even all the way across his whole body, but I do want it to kind of come out a little bit. And then for the rest of his body, except for maybe on his feet in select places, I will go ahead and I'll try to use what's it called? I'll try to make some more highlight scales like we have up top. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's try something with autosave. Yeah, so I could go through and mix in actual geometry scales, and that's something that I'd thought about. The thing that the thing that I kind of hesitate on is just that um, I've got to pose him, and I don't want to have to pose this this creature with with floating scales. So what we call them is floaters. So it's yeah. So I don't want to have to deal with floating geometry. I do like the effect that this is having. I like that it's not overstated, but that it kind of hints at the detail rather than actually puts it in. Um, so maybe this is the right route to take on this. Just getting like a few spots where it's got these like heavy bumpy details. I'm probably going to want to hit the top of the toes too, and the elbows. Try to get this from all sorts of angles so we don't. Oop, that's a little bit much. Let's maybe try to keep like a little bit softer of a look on like the center of the belly. Maybe we'll have some other pattern we put in there. Get that tail a little bit more. Try to check it from multiple angles because that's always important. It's always important to be able to see kind of what it is that you're creating and see if it looks good from different angles. Because otherwise, you might have it look really good in the 3/4 and not look so good from up, top bottom, or it just doesn't work from any other angle. You want to make sure that you have every angle working, which is a lot. It's a lot to do. But you're up to the challenge. So you grab that stylus and you shove it into your Wacom Cintiq screen, whatever you're using, and you make it do what you want it to do because challenge. Yeah, sorry. Oh. Gotta be silly. Let's see if we can hit the backs of the feet a little bit too, because I think that could be cool. Oh, and what we'll do in a minute too is we'll do kind of like a wrinkle pass, is what we'll call it, where we go in and we add kind of some like crease wrinkles. And that should hopefully help to emphasize the forms of things like the feet and the legs, the gravity. Kind of pulling on those. You know what? I'm going to turn off the color. Kind of add some big bumpies to break it up. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah. There we go. Oh, that's perfect. See, this is adding exactly what I need. Oops, that was too much. Just one. There we go. And what's nice is that it's not just adding in like it's like it's not adding it on top of the little bumps. It's taking it and it's adding like it's taking that height up to that same thickness. Just got a little birthday text from my brother Mikkel. Let's maybe do some of that up here too. See kind of what we can get out of it. See if we like it. I don't think I do. I think it got too messy up in here, so let's take some of that away. Put some of it back in over here. I'm trying to be careful not to overdo it. I think I can very quickly and very easily overdo it if I'm not careful. Okay, just kind of add like a little bit of variety. Okay, so now we're talking about, you know, just to double check, right over here, there we go. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's working for me. Something like that, where it's like less noise, but it's still oops, that was too much. That was way too much. Okay, we'll leave that. That'll be fine. Okay, I don't like what's happening down here. I mean, this is something that's never going to be seen, so it's not really like a huge deal, but it's, you know, it's one of those things I still kind of want to be. I'll know it's there, so it'll drive me nuts. Okay, Quentin! I'm gonna hit save right now, just because you don't need the burden of reminding me. How you doing, buddy? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll keep that. Let's break this up a little bit, get some bigger details. Okay, now we need to go ahead. Thanks, Quinn. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna turn. So yeah, we actually we got to go walk along the beach last night, and that was really cool. We actually saw dolphins. I think that was my first time seeing dolphins in the wild. It's magical anytime you see dolphins, right? But when you see dolphins on your birthday, that's just a sign of good fortune. Come over here and grab that alpha. So now you can see like the effect that has. I think what I want to do is let's turn off our thick skin. I want to make a new layer. That's like too literal. Okay, I'm going to take this, let's say spray. So So yeah, I'm going to use this to kind of enhance some of these areas over here, make it feel fleshy, make it feel like it's got these folds kind of coming in. This is going to be so much more anatomical, I think, than I was originally intending, but I think that this will help. I think that this will work pretty nicely. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll add in some kind of enhance that a little bit. Kind of enhance this a little bit. Dolphins give alpha male vibes. That's funny. I don't think so. But it's funny that you think so. Yeah, I'm gonna see about maybe changing this form just a little bit. Let's see, let's do something kind of like this, kind of like this. Do I like that? No, I don't. I don't like that. Take it back. Take it back. So I just want to get rid of what I did down in here, because I feel like that's kind of a little aggressive. I do, however, there we go, that should be good. I do, however, feel like I want to kind of add maybe let's use this standard brush and we'll change it back to our standardness here. I just kind of want to add like a little flex to the form here so that it feels like he's got like this lip and then he's got like this upper structure. Let's do something kind of like that too. Go ahead and grab this and we'll kind of make it sink in a little bit. Just to give it like more of a, just more structure instead of being so simple. It should help to make the creature feel more anatomical. Let's hide our masks so we can see what we're working on here. Kind of push that up and in so we get a little bit more to the roof of the mouth. Kind of bring in the inside of the mouth just a little bit so we get a little bit more of like a caving in. So that's looking cool. let's go back to our Damien standard. Let's go back up. Need to lower that brush size quite a bit. That's a little bit too literal. I think what I need I don't like that. I do need to kind of just pull this in just a little bit. Ah, oh, that's like way too aggressive. That's too much. That's like, it's like, it feels hairy, and it shouldn't feel hairy. It should feel, maybe it's just because I did it too many times here. One more, two more, three more. How many more? Golly. Okay, there we go. I'll just do like a couple little ones in here. We'll come in here and just kind of control this with our move brush. Yeah, I'm just not liking that. I'm just not liking that. We're gonna leave it simpler. We're gonna leave it simpler. So that's the where are we at in our timeline? Holy cow. Okay. I am going to add some like crinkly wrinkles, kind of on like places where you would expect to see them. Oh, that's like a lot. That'll work. That'll work. Like, I feel like it's getting to be a little bit much, but it's like, yeah, let's lower that intensity even more. I'm gonna try to give it like a directionality, make it feel like it's got some more, you know, purpose to it. I feel like when you're sculpting details, a lot of it will come down to like, well, I mean, like, you know, obviously, like your most important is going to be having the forms in there, and I feel like I'm having to kind of shortcut my forms because of how little time I have left. Yeah, I didn't get the time on this that I was hoping I'd get, but it's okay. Do something like that for the backs of these elbows. I do need to make sure that I have Some of these guys here kind of, oops. Need to make sure that I'm getting as close as I can to having, what am I saying? There we go. I need to get these poly groups on these legs, so that they are selectionable. Doing a better job remembering to unmute myself. Yeah, so this is something that I need to make sure that I get in here. Some directionality to the skin, because otherwise, oh, you know what? I should do this to the tops of the toes too. So I think that'll help to add some believability, just some wrinkleness. Oh, and the way that this effect combines with these bumps is looking so cool. Like it's really giving this really neat skin effect. And this is something that's just native to ZBrush. I'm not using anything that's fancy, that's external, that's made up. This is something that's, you know, something that you can totally pull out and do for yourself. Again, I'm just using the Damien standard brush. I've got this spray turned on. I don't have any of the other settings. Those are all defaults. Okay, and then I've got this alpha, and I'm just, you know, have the intensity set pretty low and letting it go. That's a little bit much, but yeah, I'm just trying to watch for where it is that I'm adding it to see if I'm liking it, and so far so good. One of the things that I'm finding that is helping it to feel more skin-like is just the fact that it's doing the crisscross, you know. So I'm getting a little bit of like a so it's like I'm not just going in like one direction, but I'm kind of getting like this crisscross sort of, and then that was a little bit exaggerated, but it's you know, it's kind of getting those points. You can even kind of go in a circle, it looks like, and that feels pretty cool. Okay, let's grab these front legs. Hey, gorgeous. Bring this up. Now we can focus on kind of adding some of those details to the feet. Oh, I love it when it's like simple things you can do to like add so much. This definitely feels a little less reptilian, a little almost more elephantillian. I don't know. I don't know what the word would be for that. But yeah, almost more like large mammal, kind of like rhino. Um, Kind of rhino-esque, which is fine. I think that that's working for me. I'm not really trying to keep a specific pattern on the bottoms of the feet, and just kind of create like a footprint or like a fingerprint sort of idea. That's a little bit much. I like the way that's breaking it up though. That is feeling so cool. And just adding that to make sure that it's kind of breaking up that surface underneath is kind of helping to add to that wrinklage. Adding to the feel of that material, you know? Just kind of give like a little bit of that to the tail too. It helps to kind of break it up. So, funny story. This creature is intended to be part of. Do you guys remember my character from last year's ArtStation challenge? He was. Oh, it's looking so cool. Um, let's go ahead and bring this back to where it was, to that alpha. It's like I don't want to add a ton, but I had this character that I had built last year for last year's ArtStation challenge for the Grand Space Opera. Oh damn, it's looking so cool. Oh wow. Okay. You know, let's add in just another little. It's not, that one's not quite right. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, guys, I'm so excited. And this will help to add a little bit of height variety to the bumps here as well. Oh, guys, that's so exciting. Oh, the save do its thing. Okay. So once we're done with this pass, we can go ahead and we can pose him. It's going to take a little bit more work to get the oh guys, that's exciting. All that hard work that we did. Anybody who like suffered through the last few weeks of this guy knows all the wonderful like prep work we had to do to get here, right? Like lots and lots of time figuring out topology and figuring out kind of, you know, what it is we wanted to add and how we wanted to add it and how we wanted the edge flow to go and all those things. And there was so much that went into it. But now we're getting to that exciting part that everybody tries to jump into too early. And we're able to get these really cool detail bits. I think I like the idea of having some bigger bumps back here, but not so much up toward the front. And maybe what we'll do is we'll add some like hand placed bumps. On the face. But yeah, we're gonna try to keep this guys. So simple, but it's so effective. You know what? Let's see. Gotta get a little bit more break up on this back leg here. Sounds like my in-laws are calling. Okay, we're gonna call that done. Okay, so we had talked about changing color, which I think is, you know, now is as good a time as any to do that. I'm going to go ahead and let's start off by let's get into like this nice warm yellow. But I don't think I want. Let's use skin shade because that'll be a little bit easier to see. Let's say color, fill object. Let's go to my standard brush. Instead of spray, we'll turn on color spray. We will turn on alpha 8 because that's the one I like. So this is a dragon for the ArtStation challenge that is due in 2 days. 2 days. I'm just like, shoot. Okay. So there are a couple of things. I don't have my iPad on me. There are a couple of color schemes that I explored to try to figure this guy out, and the yellow kind of pattern, like what we've got here on this skink. This is kind of what I'm wanting to go for, and you can see like he's not like bright yellow everywhere. He's just kind of got like these highlights of yellow kind of around his snout, and some like warm browns. This beautiful like mahogany color kind of coming in on his back. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm trying to look to put in on him. And I think maybe I could even push that saturation quite a bit. Let's maybe push the orange some. I'm going to try to get like the big broad colors first. Oh, not Z-Add, RGB. So we're just going to kind of add in some of this brighter yellow here. maybe over here as well. I'm not going to worry about the inside of the mouth yet. I'm just going to worry about kind of getting everything outside of it first. I'm going to try to like desaturate this just a little bit, maybe make it a little bit more in that direction. You know what? Another thing I want to do is take this color and let's lower it as much as we can, just so we're not getting so stark of a color variation there. Let's make this nice and big to... Let's turn on our dynamic so that way it stays more of a constant scale. Get the bottoms of the body, bottoms of the feet. What happened there? Oh, I must have hit Alt while I was brushing, so that's why. I was like, why did it go black? No! Okay, so this is just to be able to create like blanket color for the underbelly. The underbelly is not going to have a huge amount of detail to it, you know, at least not quite yet. Up here, let's go ahead, let's start kind of... playing with some of this. Maybe get a little bit more saturated here. My son's talking to his aunt and being like, yeah, I'm gonna turn 7 in 11 days. Okay, so this is a cool color. I'm not sure quite yet what color I'm going to want to put on top, but this feels like it's a pretty cool... It's a pretty cool variety there. I'm going to see about adding in something that's more orange though. Yeah, something dusty, rusty sort of colored. To get a little bit more kind of like what we had in that image that I showed you guys earlier. Oh, and then yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I've got this kind of blue-gray color that I'll be adding into around the eyes, I think. I really like that idea. I really like that idea. So I'm just going to try to like gently spread this out. This is going to be... And so I'm trying to make sure that I'm not being too literal with you know, like I'm not pressing hard to be able to get these colors. I'm trying to allow these colors to happen very in a very soft way, because I want to make sure that I get like this color breakup. There's this really cool thing happening through here where I'm getting this color breakup, and it's natural. It feels very organic. So I want to try to preserve that sort of feeling as much as I can. It's getting a little bit dark right there, so we're just going to kind of pull back on it and kind of push down into that some. Let's see. Let's try adding in this gray of which I speak. See if we can play around with this and get this to feel the way that I want. Let's see what I can do with this. I'm not entirely sure that I like it yet. I don't know. I mean, there's still a lot left to do to make this feel right. So I mean, it's let's go ahead and kind of. Cause I think what was happening is that like I was having the gray to yellow, and that didn't feel very natural. So I think maybe having a little bit of that brown kind of mixed in might help to make it feel a little bit better. That got nasty. Let's kind of back up on that. There we go. Just kind of working that in, and so this gets a little bit of a balance of like warms and cools, and so we're trying to push that and see kind of where we can take it. I think I want to take this over this side. Let's try bringing in some much cooler grays. Let's kind of see what it does for us. Again, I'm trying to be like really gentle with my colors and trying to bring them in really nice and soft. Let's kind of expand that out just a little bit. Just trying to get something of like a natural transition. Kind of get a little bit of gray around that nostril. Get some brown variety in there too. Just getting like soft transitions. Like this is going to be huge. This is going to be a big deal. Getting like good color transitions, because that's going to help to make or break the creature overall. Is however we make this feel through the way that we transition our colors. Try to add in a little bit of variety in here so that it's not just a flat orange. And I know that we've got like a little bit of a gradient going from like orange to yellow, but getting a little bit more variety will help to liven up the skin. Look at how different that looks now. Wow. So let's go ahead, let's grab, in fact, let's instead of grabbing just the inside of the mouth, let's grab the mouth and the tongue. We'll soften out that mask. Okay, that should be good. Invert it. I'm going to start off with a red base. Oh, we can see the eyes on the inside. We definitely don't want to see the eyes on the inside. We'll have to fix that at some point. It's not a big deal. I'm going to hit Control H to hide the mask. And I feel like this is like really, really, really dark red. Let's try. One of the things that I really like, especially with like the skinks, is going through and getting the is how they have like the blue tongues. So let's try getting a blue tongue in here. I know it's not blue. We'll get there. Okay, let's go ahead and grab this. Try to go a little bit more. Yeah. Oh, that looks so cool. I'm not sure I like it yet. We'll have to decide that as we go along. But I think it's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and color these bad boys. Got to try to figure out if right now I've got in my concept in my paint over that I did, I have all this all brown. Need to cough, hold on. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I turn the sound off periodically so that I can so that I can cough. Sorry. Yeah, I'll turn it back on in a minute here. Sorry, all I was talking about was like fixing that eye. Had to fix it. It was just I couldn't bear it. Okay. Let's see about getting some more like rusty orange sort of color kind of coming in here. Yeah, I'm liking that. That's good. Let's see if we can get some of this in here, kind of enrich the face a little bit. Yeah, I'm liking that. Yes. Okay, just kind of maybe I'll bolster this up just a little bit. Give this a little bit. There we go. Okay, I do have my sound on this time. Yes. Okay, I am going like far beyond texturally what it is that I was intending to go into. But hopefully hopefully this does for me what I need it to do, you know? Just decided to turn down my RGB intensity so that I could just go at this full strength instead of instead of having to like wimpy hand it. One of the things that I super appreciate about ZBrush, since I'm working on this right now, is that when I'm working on something like painting color, I can stroke over the same area multiple times and get slightly more intensity each time I go over a specific spot. Um, we don't get that with everything, and so it's oh, I like that toasty orange. See, like colors wise, I'm thinking kind of like Thai tea, like toasted marshmallow, like milk chocolate. It's not with the intent of making it look like food. It's with the intent of making it feel uh, just appealing, I guess. Like just the type of appeal that I'm looking for is in those veins of existence. Let's have this go back onto the back a little bit here. Oh man, last night I read over 100 pages of my of the book I'm reading right now. Had to wait for some renders to finish out. Have you guys, has anybody here read the Kyoshi books? The Chronicles of the Avatar? definitely don't want this to look like truck driver skin. so so there'll be a lot of, hey. So I still have to add in another layer of like darker brown up here. I don't think I want to go quite as dark as I have so far up here. I think that's just a bit much. So I need, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take these and I'm going to say color fill object. That way I can just have that color to go back to. Let's go ahead and select do not switch. I already have that brown there, so, and I don't think that that's quite even the brown that I want to go for. Let's come over here. Let's see if we can push for more of like a milk chocolate. In fact, maybe it's a matter of mixing colors here. I like that better. Yeah, it's about what I have in my concept. Let's do that. I'll say color fill object. Wait for this to finish saving. Okay, let me see. Okay, so we got that going on. Since this is too dark, I'm going to come in here and kind of lighten this up. Uh-oh. Oh, dang it. See that? Still on the iFix, and I don't... Oh, no. No way. Okay. I wish that there was a way to be able to bake a single layer. Oh, shoot. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I've got to keep that color. So we're going to say Control Shift D. Be able to duplicate that out. We're gonna hide. Actually, we're gonna hide this one. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to say layers, and I'm going to say bake all. Hopefully that keeps the color. If not, then I'm in trouble. Oh, shoot. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Ugh, layers are the bane of my existence. Okay, so this is why we duplicate things out, right? Okay, so unbake it, because we're going to keep the color information in the very, very least. We're going to come up to body, and I'm going to say layers. We're going to say, let's commit that, and then we will say bake all. So now no more layers, but that's fine. We'll live. Dang it. And now what we want to do is we want to come down to subtool. And we want to turn just these two so that they're visible. So you can see we got this one, we got this one. Okay, so we want to go to the one that we want to be able to keep everything for, because we've got the eye shape change and everything like that. We have everything attached, but we want to make sure we project our color. So I'm going to say project just the color, say project all, and it should project on really cleanly because, you know, there's not really anything else to worry about. It's vertex to vertex, it's 1-to-1, so it should be just fine. So yeah, it's gonna take a minute, but while we're here, Avatar: The Promise of Omnibus. So again, there's the concept that we're looking at. I'm gonna have to check it out. Is it a graphic novel? Okay. I'll have to check that out because I really, really I love that universe. I just think that that's such a cool, super, super cool, just world that they've created. I love the Avatar. So fun. I've got some shows I got to catch up on too. I haven't watched the latest for She-Hulk or Andor. I am caught up on House of the Dragon though. That one comes out on, you know, at the beginning of the week, so it's a little bit easier for me to keep up with that one. Oh man, it's taking forever. It's gonna take a long time, but one of the things that's odd to me, and I'm curious what it is that made this happen. Man, hopefully it goes a little bit faster than it's predicting. Up here at the top, before it froze, it was predicting 5 minutes. It's still working. It's still doing it. It's just taking a real hot minute. I mean, it's projecting color from one 7 million plus asset to another 7 million plus asset, and that's a lot. That's a lot. Um, but something that's interesting to me is that technically, since my paint was done in a layer, it should have been counted in my layer. Um, I'm curious why it didn't work. Um, it's kind of a frustrating thing to me because I really would have loved to have kept my layers and not to have to go through this sort of projecting mess, right? Um, but you know, in the very least, there is that possibility. There is that option of being able to project. Hopefully, hopefully this finishes up soon and we can go on and we can pose him. In fact, let me go ahead and grab my iPad so that I can grab the reference, the sketch that I did for the pose. I'll be right back. Dang it. No way. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I have a theory, and we're going to test it and see if this works. Okay, I'm going to take my layers, and since this iFix layer I was hoping that that would fix it. Dang it. That is so insanely inconvenient. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think what's going to be best. Oh, that is so frustrating. Okay, I'm just going to delete this. No point in keeping it. Let's come back to this. I'm just like, where in the heck? Why? Okay, I'm gonna turn that off. And I'm going to color fill object. What is this? What's going on right here? Is it a material thing? It is indeed a material thing. You know what? Purely because I'm curious now, I'm going to take material. Let's go ahead, fill object. Yep, nope, still just a solid color. So let's just go ahead and say mRGB color fill object, and we'll just come back to actually doing color on this guy after we pose him, because that's frustrating. That is frustrating. Some of the other colors that I wanted to be able to use, let's go ahead and give ourselves a color code here on the toenails. Let's go ahead, Control W, just so that way we have like different groups that we can select. I'm going to grab this. You know what? Let's grab it on. Let's put it on these. Color, fill object. Let's grab the eye color. Let's say color, fill object. Watching Cyberpunk. on Netflix. How you liking it? I heard somebody else was talking about it the other day. They're saying that they were really liking it. Hey Kadri, how you doing? Hey Arian, I have a question. Are there other ways to rig a complete sculpt character after using the Z-Remesher? Plenty. I don't use Z-Remesher as often as I can avoid it. This character is fully hand topologized. You can go through. You can see the other episodes of of the sculpting that I did on it over the past month. But so you make that a little bit more red. Something kind of like that. I'm so disappointed. I am so disappointed I lost all that color. Because it was so I was excited about how it was looking. I was having like some really cool effects going on in the face, and I was looking forward to. It's kind of fun. We have a bird feeder, like a hummingbird feeder, and we've had these hummingbirds come and grace us with their presence. Man, I hate doing work over, because it never turns out the same way, and I don't trust it to turn out better. So it's like, dang it. Go ahead and kind of add some variety out here onto the stomach. Oh, that might be adding a little bit too much. Maybe we'll add a little bit of light, kind of yellow. Remember the dolphins? Yeah, the dolphins are pretty magical. For anybody who wasn't here at the beginning of the stream, talked about how yesterday for my birthday we went out to the beach, and we got to see dolphins out in the water, and it was awesome. It was awesome. It was so magical. It's probably one of the most magical things you could ever have happen when you're walking to the beach, you know. Have some dolphins come up and greet you. It's like a good luck, oh man. I do. I want to go through and start posing this guy. But I also want to get the color back. It's just such a frustration to me that disappeared in the first place. Especially like the eye color is like, dang it. Cause I was liking how that was looking. I'm gonna go through and kind of add some of this back in here. Let's get over here. We'll add in like some blue gray. That might be a little bit too saturated and too green. One of the things I'm going to want to do, like I did last time. In fact, maybe I need to go back and actually get like screenshots of what it is that I'd done and then use it as a spotlight to project the color on. Because that could work. Let's go ahead and just kind of pull some of this back in. Just trying to really nice and light kind of have this color fade out from the back here. Gosh, I wish I could remember what it is that I had done up around here, because this is super cool how I had it, and I'm frustrated that it's gone. I am so frustrated that that's gone. Let's get, let me see, did I save that yellow? No, I didn't save that yellow. Let's try to get some of this. Yeah, rewatch your stream later. I might have to. I just wish I didn't have to. It's so frustrating. You know, with these teeth, I want to go through. I'm going to have to fix kind of how they're situated, because you can see it's like it's not quite fitting into the mouth anymore. I'll have to figure out how I go about doing that, but okay, get something like that going on with there. Oh shoot. Let's try to add some of this back. That's looking all right-ish. Liking that. So I think maybe it's just a matter of kind of playing with how these browns balance into each other. See, that's starting to feel about right. That's starting to have kind of like that that roasted marshmallow sort of look. And then eventually what we'll do is we'll go through and we'll add in some sort of pattern so that it feels like he's got like some scales that create like a cool... So this will be like the... what's it called? I think I might want to get like a little bit less creamy of a color down here. Get a little bit more yellow, a little bit more white. I'm liking that. And then I can balance with that like off pink. I'm gonna try something real quick. See if I like it. Yeah, I think that's something I could live with. Want to change the tone of this area down here though, so that it's a little warmer. Happy trees. Let's kind of fill that in a little bit. That got to be a little bit too much. Take it back some. Walk that back now. Walk that back. Save it so we don't lose it. Make this a version up. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Did I already finish saving? Nice. Oh, that got really dark. Wow, why is that so... I'm liking how this is looking. It's starting to be so much nicer. Oh, who all all's gonna go to Lightbox? Just gonna make sure that I don't have any mask set. Something's weird. Okay, that's better. Okay. Let's go ahead and try to finish this texturing pass here. I do feel like that pink fleshy sort of tone in there is really kind of weird. It's kind of off-putting. It's unsettling. Let's go ahead and grab the color from the bottom of the chin there. Kind of start to spread some more of that white. Oh, so Lightbox is an expo that'll be happening in Pasadena in I was gonna say next month. It's not even next month anymore. It's in a couple of weeks. It's this month. It's October. It's for like it's focused around the animation industry and professionals professionals, students, hobbyists, everybody getting together, just having fun, it's kind of like Comic-Con and kind of like Monsterpalooza and like all these other different expos and conventions and things like that, where it's essentially just one big artist alley, and there are people from all over the industry, people who are longtime veterans, and they come and they share their secrets or they sell art. There are people who come and give presentations. It's super cool. It's a really neat environment, and it's a great way for people who are trying to get into the animation industry or into the into illustration or comics or whatever, to be able to come and meet artists that they look up to, or even just get to know new people, Sorry. Hello, Harry Wizards. It's a great username. Ooh, a white poly group. The white poly groups are always like super exciting because they don't happen very often. But yeah, so that'll be super exciting, and I'm always super looking forward to it because I really enjoy I just really enjoy being around people. I will have a booth, and I will be there. I'll be selling things. I'll be selling prints, and I'll have it'll be fun. It'll be fun. It's always exciting. And then the other thing that's coming up, as it's announced here on the screen, in the chat, we have the ZBrush Summit coming up. That will be next month. It'll be fully online, so irrespective of where you are in the world, you'll be able to join and to to be able to enjoy the festivities and the presentations and everything, just as much as anybody else. That got dark. But yeah, it's always kind of a nice thing that they have the ability to be able to put that out, and oh, come on. To be able to put that out and share a full summit with the whole world, it's really cool. It's really cool. I've always appreciated the ZBrush Summit because of how inspiring it is to be able to hear from other professionals and to be able to see their workflow, to get to know a little bit more about how other people do things. Super neat. It's super neat. So I always look forward to it. One of my favorite presentations was XM Studio from, I think, 4 years ago. 2018, I think, is when it was. They shared an awesome technique for getting hair for their characters, and it was so simple, but it just blew me away. So if you haven't seen their presentation, I totally recommend going through and watching it. It's available online. You can find it on the Pixelogic YouTube channel. XM Studios. If I remember right, they're from Singapore. They're super talented. Just amazing craftspeople. Super neat. Let's get the rest of the tops of the toes here. Now that we've gone through and textured it twice, I'm ready to quit. I'm ready to quit. I just want to throw my hands in the air and quit. I just want to quit. Just kidding. I don't want to quit. I'm obviously having way too much fun. Okay, I need to get some more of this like yellow and orange kind of spread out down here so that we get a little bit more warmth. Yeah, I don't like that quite as much. Let's give that a little bit more, that rusty color. other people would probably go through and be a little bit more consistent with their brush size and their texture patterns and all sorts of things like that. I'm trying to just hint at details and hint at colors and hint at patterns and try to make it feel a certain way rather than actually making it perfect. But you know, I'm just trying to make it feel good and get it done in time. It's definitely getting down to the wire. Let's see, I'm just trying to see if I can get a good color to kind of come along here. And the inside of the eye. Just try to soften that mask so that it's not so... Man, someday I'm gonna have like a super fast computer, so I don't have to worry about poly counts. But it is not this day. Anybody name that movie? How much time does it take to make a complete character, more or less? It depends on the character. I mean, this one I've spent all month on it, but I haven't spent like a full-time amount of time on it. It's been kind of like a passion project that I've done for like 2 or 3 hours at a time, 2 or 3 days a week. So it's taken me excuse me. It's taken me maybe a total of like 10 to 15 hours. Is that about right, guys? Something like that. Something like that. Oh shoot, I always do that. There we go. Get a little bit better of a fade there. Okay, so let's go back. Let's try to bring back our blue tongue here. In fact, let's hide the mask so that we can see. Let's go ahead and bring this over to like a blue-green. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So yeah, this particular character, I honestly don't know exactly how long it took or has taken so far. But yeah, that feels about right. About 12 hours or so. 15 hours. it's always going to depend on the level of complexity. It's going to depend on the level of clarity of the concept. There's going to be a lot that kind of goes into it to determine how much time a character takes. But, you know, and since this one's all about kind of having fun and doing something for a contest, you know, it's really not something that I'm putting so much time in that I, you know, kill myself, or that, you know, as much time or attention as I would in my you know, characters that I build for Marvel. Um, but I'm still trying to do a nice job. I'm still trying to do something that could, you know, hopefully win an award. That'd be super neat. But yeah, it all kind of just depends on the time that I have to be able to give to it. I do have, like, you know, for instance, characters that I build for work will often take, you know, about 4 weeks, and that's full time working on it. Of course, it's also full time working on it and balancing it with, you know, amongst, you know, 2 or 3 characters at a time. Um, but you know, let's go ahead and give this a little bit more toastiness here on top. One of my friends, I don't know if you guys, yeah, it kind of does look like a toasted lizard, a little toasty. Um, I don't know if you guys follow Alberto Camara, but he's an artist. He's from Spain. I don't know. I don't remember if he lives in Denmark, but he works for Rovio Entertainment and makes mobile games. Um, Fantastic artist. Such an awesome artist. Um, he has been doing these like space dinos. It has been super fun to see. Um, One of the things that's really neat is there's this one gorilla that he did. Come on, you. Ah, nerds. There's this gorilla that he did. Made it look like and granted, gorilla's not a dinosaur. I know this. Um, but he makes these toys and he has fun with it and it's great. Anyway, so this gorilla that he made, he did a variety that had like a different what's it called, like different textures to make it look like different types of ice cream sundaes. One of them was like a toasted marshmallow with like hot fudge, and I don't know. It was fun. Maybe it wasn't the gorilla. Maybe it was something else that he did. Oh, now I'm blanking. No, but it was something. It was something super neat too. He just does a fun job. He works so clean, and he's got this amazing sense of appeal, and it's super cool. is super cool. Let's get this to kind of come down the arm a little bit. I think I need to continue some orange, like some toasty orange down here into the toesies. I just feel like it's kind of losing some of the warmth. So maybe it's a matter of bringing some yellow into it. I don't know. I'll have to see. But I do want it to kind of have that that rusty edge sort of look as it gets to these transitions. I feel like it helps to create this sense of like purpose in the character and in the texture. ZBrush Summit next month, guys, next month. Yeah, I can't wait to see everything that's slated for the ZBrush Summit. They have some cool surprises. They always do. They always do. So yeah, when they release the schedule, you'll have to go through and kind of read through it and kind of see what they have planned, because they'll have a whole bunch of really cool presentations and demos. They'll likely have prizes, and because of the merger with Maxon, it'll likely be very, very different. Like there will probably be a good deal of integration type content, you know, showing you know how ZBrush integrates within the Maxon the Maxon tools. So like Cinema 4D, Redshift, those types of things as well, which will expand kind of the possibilities for what we'll see with the ZBrush Summit. So when they release that schedule, definitely check it out, because I think that it'll open your eyes to a whole bunch of possibilities of things that maybe we didn't think about as much before, when it was just ZBrush. So yeah, that'll be cool. And granted, I don't know much about what they have scheduled. I don't know what they have going on, what they want to have going on. I do know one or two things. And that'll be cool. I know for sure that it'll be cool. So be on the lookout. And it's not me. It's a friend. And this friend is amazing. Okay. I think we're almost done with this texture pass. On the character anyway. The toes, I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with the toes. Yeah, no, I won't give any spoilers. I'd get in trouble if I gave spoilers. me see. I want to give these teeth just a little bit. Just a little bit of color. It's because I feel like that'll help to make the teeth feel a little bit more grounded, as if the roots have a little bit of discoloration. And it needs to come down a little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit further. That to feel grounded. Okay, that's pretty nice. Then I kind of want to integrate the inside of the mouth and the outside of the mouth. So we're just going to kind of give a little bit of that rusty orange in here too. Maybe a little bit more in the space under the tongue here. We'll have to fix some of these spots, but it'll be all right. I know this is like a long, exhaustive process. Hopefully it's enjoyable though. Hopefully it's something that you guys are enjoying seeing, because I'm having a good time with it. Okay, just kind of fade that. Fade that. Then I gotta see if I can get that really bright color right here, just to add a little bit more pop here. Messed up that tongue. Let's kind of balance out these colors here. There we go. Oh, that's looking cool. Let's get that tongue back to blue a little bit more. Yeah. I'm not liking how pink this underbelly is. I'm going to try to pull this back some. Get rid of the pink. Get rid of the pink. Oh, you know what? Something else I'm going to have to do is turn on my back face masking, just so I don't have to worry so much about sorry, I missed that one. Kind of snuck up on me. is like it just felt too pink, so I didn't want it to feel pink. I want it to feel really earthy. Okay, so we'll bring this up. We'll make this a little bit more yellow. We'll just kind of brighten this even further. I'm just trying to go really light and kind of sneak up on the value that I want. I feel like sometimes it's better to sneak up on your values than to try to like boom real quick, because I mean you can get some cool effects that way by just going, you know, full force. But I feel like by sneaking up on it, you can kind of ease yourself into a value that you enjoy, something that you feel like works really well. It's the same thing when you're like creeping up on a form, like trying to get the right shape of something. It's a lot easier in my mind to sneak up on the shape, getting the right shape, than it is to let's add a little bit of that white in there. Well, white, it's like off yellow, but you know. Okay. I'm going to call the texture for the body done for now. I mean, we'll probably, because there are other things that I wanted to add in, right? There are the like some sort of pattern on the back. I'm not entirely sure how, like what my pattern is going to look like. You know, maybe I'll just go through and kind of like add in some sort of like that's weird, but you know, you get the idea, right? I'll figure out some sort of diamondback pattern or something. I don't know. Let's give myself a little bit more, a little bit darker brown up here. Hey, attentive slug. How are you doing? Okay. And one of the things I want to think about is what color to make the toenails. And I also want to think about whether or not I super like these. Maybe what I'll do is I'll give these like a two-tone sort of effect. So let's get that base color from the eyebrow, and we'll just have it kind of work like a thorn, where it's I forgot that I had the auto masking on. Let's turn off backface mask. Let's do this again. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, that got a little bit much. There we go. Something like that. Oh, come on. Oh, I didn't have my symmetry turned on. It's okay. It's not like it's a hard thing to do. So let's just go through and do each side individually. And they have their separate UVs anyway, so it'll help to It'll help to add variety, even if it's just subtle. And you know what? Maybe what I could do. Let me try this. I'm going to try a fancy masking trick. Fixion? Not sure how to pronounce that. Let's see. Masking. Mask by borders. We're just gonna try to go like full force with these tips. Hopefully this, because then what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to kind of mask out the other direction and try to bring back some of the brown color, because otherwise this is going to be like way too dark. You can see how dark that's gotten. Let's go ahead and grab that color from the toenail. Mask by feature. There we go. That's giving me much more the effect that I am hoping for. Oh, stop it. Grab that. Grab that. Oh, it looks like I've got a little bit of a gap right there. Let's fix that some. Okay guys, that's looking pretty slick, if I saw myself. Let's see, let's go color, fill object, color, fill object, color, fill object. Now, one of the things that I want to think about, let's get like kind of like this, like a lighter color. I'm glad you like it. I had a ton of fun creating him. He's just a blast. I also want to think about the eye. I think I probably won't get into posing him. Sadly enough, I probably won't get into posing him during this stream. But either later today or tomorrow, whenever I get around to, it might be later. It'll probably have to be later today. When I get around to posing him, I'll stream him on my personal channel, and that way you guys can. That way you guys can time in if you want to. If you guys are interested in finding me, you can find me there. Just in case you wanted to be able to tune in later when I start. It'll be a lot later. It'll probably be this evening before I start diving into the posing this guy. But yeah, don't forget to save. Thanks, Quinn. I can add my let's see, like I've got, let me go ahead and show you guys webcam view. So here's the sketch that I did to try to figure out like pose. I might have to do something slightly different for the pose just so that it reads a little bit better. But it'll and maybe it's just a matter of camera angle or which way that I decide to display him. But that's kind of the idea of the pose. The silhouette, I think, is probably not quite strong enough. Like I can't get a good enough read on him because of the camera angle. So, you know, work. Let's see. Right now we're on awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and I'm gonna add a subdivision level here. Whoops. Why aren't you? I'm not sure that I'm liking that. It might just need to stay dark. And then go over, refer to my reference, because it looks like it's here. Let me bring this over here so you guys can see. On some of these, so we've got, I mean, it's all pretty uniform in color right here. This one, same thing, uniform in color, it's pretty dark. There's not really a whole lot of you're right. I just thought that my face is what you guys wanted to see, you know. Yeah, so the nails, the claws going into the feet, it's a pretty uniform color. I'm sure that there's some, you know, subtle color variations, but it's like this is kind of cool. It's like dark on light. This guy, you can't tell. I can't really see them. Getting a pattern down in there, but yeah, that's kind of cool. I like that. Just a matter of yeah, it's called the skink, blue tongue skink. They're pretty cool. I really like them. So yeah, with these, let me try. Well, that's kind of cool. Here, let's go ahead. Let's do this. And get like a slight bit of color. Slight bit of color variation there. I don't like that. Let's try the color underneath the toes here. That's better. I'm trying to leave it so that it's a little bit speckled, so that it has, again, some color variation. And notice that I don't have this at a very high resolution level. I feel like having it at a lower resolution like that, I feel like that works really, really well for making sure that the color information doesn't get to be too to be too much. Oh, I don't even have symmetry on these ones. I guess that's fine. Let's go ahead and kind of, it's a little bit heavy-handed there. Let's get a little bit more there, okay. Boom. Boom. Okay, let's just go ahead and solo that out. A little bit easier to see. Cool. One more set to go. Let's make sure we've grabbed that color. Let's say color fill object. I don't have symmetry on. Let's go ahead and turn symmetry on just so we only have to do half the work on this one. Normally, so symmetry is great so you don't have to do twice the work, right? Oh, here, let's go ahead and add resolution layers so that we're not too low in resolution. But yeah, it's great to be able to make sure that you have balance. Even if it's just to be able to block something in roughly. But then what you do is you go through and you can turn off symmetry and add in a little bit more variation. It's like right here what we can do is we can turn off symmetry, just add a few more strokes, another stroke to each nail, and that gives us a decent amount of, give it a little bit more, I guess. It gives you a little bit more interest, a little bit more appeal. I actually quite like how those are. So let's leave the rest of those as they is. Okay, and then I want to kind of bring back some of the color from these scales. So I'm going to try to, again, you see like it's leaving kind of like this speckled color, and I like that. I like that a lot. So I'm going to try to let that be a feature, because that's helping this to feel a bit more organic. Bring that in. Give that a little bit less of a distracting color there. Okay, I think we can call him done so far as the textures go. One thing I'm thinking about, you know what, let's do it. Let's do this. I've got this in my head. We're gonna do it. I am going to use standard, not stroke, maybe stroke. We'll try it out just to see kind of what it is that it gives us. Um, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this to try to get kind of a scaly, not like scaly, but like some ridges going along this. So that'll help to add some visual interest to the scales. I'm going to keep RGB on. Let's maybe pick this color. Should be fine. And then I also want Z sub. Maybe a little bit too much spray. Let's see, placement. Let's kind of narrow that down some. I'm liking that. The issue, I think, then becomes making sure that it's not too much. Let's add one more subdivision level. Let's change our intensity so it's not quite as strong. We'll change our RGB too, just for now. See, that's feeling quite a bit better. I can enjoy this. I can get this. Chat's been pretty quiet today. Let's go ahead and turn our RGB back up so we can, oh, that's like way too much though. Okay, let's go to the front over here. We'll grab a less dark color. Do the same thing. Oh, that's still too dark. The thing I want to be careful of is I don't want this to come across as hair. Oh, that's a little bit intense now. We'll leave that. That should be good enough. Okay, so now let's add a subdivision level to that. This does not need to exist. But it's something that I had blocked in so that I could understand the intent that I had for the eyes. However, I want to experiment real quick. Let's go ahead, MRGB, color, fill object. Oh, come on, fill it all the way. Okay, let's see if we can grab. Oh, I don't want the I don't want the Z sub on. I'm just trying to get like this sort of sketchy, painterly sort of base color in here for this eye. And again, this is something that I'm just trying. I'm just trying to see if I like what this will produce. If not, then we'll figure something else out. Let's make this quite a bit brighter, actually. Maybe a little bit more orange. Let's maybe make this like a lot brighter. Because it's like one of the things that I'm looking at this skink right here. Look at that eye. It's like super Eye of Sauron, sort of bright red, and it's amazing. But I want to make sure that I want to, I want to test it out. I want to see what it would be like putting that in here. That's a little bit better. And I can leave it kind of darker at the back, but I think that's definitely much, much better. Here, I'm going to get rid of most of that there. Oh, not that. There we go. Something like that. Doing something kind of like this. I'm not sure that I like it though. Let me test this just for the sake of seeing. No, I don't feel like I like that. I feel like I'd much rather have the white eye than the red one. What do you guys think? And maybe it's just a matter of getting the right shape in here, because technically, the pupils that I'm looking to add are not natural to a lizard. They are. Let's make sure that these are. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll duplicate it so we can get this in here. There's supposed to be something a little bit more like. More circular. It needs to be smaller. Let's go ahead and center that. kind of cool having that that non-circular shape though. It looks really weird from the front. Let's see. Unmute. I wish that it was easier for me to just unmute. Let's try this. Let's try. I'm gonna grab that red. I don't like that. And maybe it's just that it's just a tricky thing to try to balance, and I don't know. I mean, this is something that I'm going to have to like paint in, possibly sculpt in. It's all about playing though, right? It's all about trying things out. pupil block in here. He looks tired and or high. Yeah, kind of a little bit. And I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a point of trying to do an eye that does have the slit pupils. He just feels so evil like that. It's just like, what? I'm gonna try something. Because it's all in the name of playing. Poly paint, adjust colors, frame that eye in there. Okay. So let's try pushing the hue. Oh, that's kind of interesting. I already kind of like that. I'm going to duplicate that just to hold on to it. And let's go play with it some more. Let's go poly paint, adjust colors. I'm also thinking about getting rid of this little ring right here. Yeah, I do like the yellow better. I think it feels more dangerous and not evil. I kind of want to try to see what it would be like if I were to push this into like a White Walker sort of direction. Oh, not the saturation. So I want the intensity. That's kind of interesting. I don't feel like that's the right look at all, but oh yeah, car show. So this is interesting. It's not quite what I want. And maybe that's a little bit too much. That's kind of weird. I don't know that I like that. I like the yellow better. So I think what I'll do, let's go back to that yellow eye. Okay. And then let's duplicate it out. And let's try giving him that slit. Oops, started curving a little bit. Try to like cover around the area that I want to have that pupil fit. Have it kind of fade out a little bit. Oops. I do want the pupil to actually be a lot more red. I feel like that'll help to warm it up and give it more life. Here, I'm having a hard time painting this right shape here. Try doing it sideways. It feels like it's much more natural to me to I like that. I like that quite a lot. And I think that that could work. And if I get this to work with like refraction and everything inside of Maya, my render, I think that could be really cool. Now, okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm liking that. I'm liking that quite a lot. Um, Save. Let's see. All right. But you know, I'm glad you encouraged me down that path, Quinn, because if I hadn't thought about like the eyes being colored like this, I would have kept them white, you know, and that's not bad. It's just not the same. Okay, I can delete this one. I can delete the blue one. I can delete this one. I just want to get rid of the ones that I don't need. I need the eye left. I don't need eye right. Because essentially, what I'm going to have yeah, so we've got I right I right 1 3. I'm going to say delete, and then I'm going to say let's rename this one I right. Control Shift D. I'm going to delete lower. We gotta hit mirror. And then what we need to do, we're gonna hide everything except for these two. Oh, you know what? What's our geometry level here? 3. I think I'm at 4. Oh, one more. So I just need to Control D. Okay. Now, let's hit save before we do anything because, you know, we saw how things went last time. So let's go ahead and say save. And now we can hit project. Just the color. Okay, sweet. And there is, oh. Turn that off. I can turn off the body base mesh up here at the top. What else do I need to turn off? Everything else should be all right. Okay. Oh man, this is exciting, guys. This is really exciting. Okay, so something that I feel like I would like to do now is I would like to have eyes that are kind of like the inside eyes that have this sculpted pupil, and then I want to have the outside eye that has the lens, you know, right? So one of the things that I'm going to have to do, let's go ahead and take this, we'll say delete, okay. And we can take these, they should be the same resolution, great. 1, 2, okay, buckle my shoe. So I'm going to say merge those. Oh, cancel. The other thing I need to do is I need to turn on UVs. So that way they keep the UVs when I merge them. It's like, golly. Merge down. Okay. Which always makes me nervous. But now I have both eyes. They're in the same subtool. They have the UVs. And I can still go up and down in levels of resolution. So I'm going to call this eyes body, and then I'll duplicate them and rename them eyes glass. The eyes with the glass, technically they don't need any color. I want to keep the color there so that I can see kind of where everything is. With the eyes body, what I want to do is I'm going to use masking. Let's come down to masking, mask by color, if I can find it. Mask by color, mask by poly paint, and I'm just going to click and drag from that gray to that dark area right here. Okay. Hit frame. Hit OK. So the only area that I'm worried about is this pupil area. I can literally come in here. Let's turn on symmetry. I'm gonna make sure that I unmask everything that isn't those pupils. Yep, we got it. Okay. So now what I gotta do, and maybe I'll step it up one level so that I don't have to deal with as much. I'm gonna take this. Let's go ahead and pop on the gizmo, and I'm just gonna push it in. So you see that now we've got this. Now we've got like this pupil sort of effect going on here. And hopefully this is enough for what we need, right? so now we've got the full eye so that it's got the effect that we need for the glass. Oh, the other thing here before we save it, let's go ahead into deformation. I'm going to hit inflate in a negative direction. Just one looks like it's probably enough. Okay. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow that whole eye to be on the inside of the glass eye, which should make it so that when I render this this glass eye part, it helps to maintain the the whole all the glass on the outside, right? Makes it really easy, and that's something that we'll have to get into when we start developing materials. Trying to think, gosh, is there anything else that I want to do during this stream? We did a ton, and some things we did more than once, so let's go ahead and turn on perspective so we can see this guy in full glory. It's so cool, guys. Like I'm so excited seeing this guy progress and to see him coming to life in the way that I want. So now, since this character has UVs, I can go through and I can export my maps. In fact, I'm going to go ahead real quick. Let's export an image just so that we can keep track of where we are. So now, with all that work that we did to be able to make all these textures, we're going to go ahead and we're going to export some maps. In fact, before we do that, purely because yeah, that should be fine, I guess. Purely because I want to add that's why. Hey, you know what? Let's turn on standard. We'll say dots. Turn off the alpha. Make sure that it's Z add. I'm gonna turn my focal shift. Yeah, focal shift should be good, I guess. Oops, that's a little bit much. That's a little bit much. Just want to add like a few little very specific bumps. This will help to add just a little bit more appeal and interest to his face. Make him feel even more organic. Make it feel more hand sculpted, even though a lot of this stuff is stuff that we did with alphas and all that. Well, not necessarily alphas, but with like different brush strokes, right? I don't like that. I feel like that's too distracting. That'll be good. That might be a little bit much. A little bit smaller, like a little bit let's create some little teeny ones too so that it's not necessarily a whole lot of method to this madness. I'm just trying to like spread out some details, but also create this sense of like scaly skin kind of coming on through here. No, I haven't gotten rid of my cough yet. I've been trying to. Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of that other screenshot back there. I feel like that one is a little bit too strong. Let's go ahead and kind of pull it back a little bit. There we go. That's better. That one's a little bit too strong. But maybe I can give it like a stronger one here, kind of on the back of the shoulder. Oh, that one's too like the wrong shape. Yeah, let's try something. I'm going to try spray, and then in placement, I'm going to put it like. That's not going to work well enough. I do need to drink more water. But yes, I do drink plenty of water. Today I haven't had much though. Yeah, let's kind of zoom in here a little bit. Yeah, that's something that's been really really quite endearing. Is that just how well you guys have been taking care of me, Let's give him some like little scars or something just to give him some history. So he's not, perfectly. Yeah, I don't like that on the nose. I like that on the top of the eye though. That's pretty cool. Maybe we could give him like a little bit of a scar right here. Scar tissue that I wish you saw. And it's not stuff that I feel like will be super apparent when it's rendered out. In fact, the goal is for it to not be super apparent when it's rendered out. But simply having it there is super helpful. Because it just helps to break up the surface. If anybody does go through and actually pay attention to different things, they'll be like, oh, this guy thought about history when he was sculpting this guy. He's that's a little bit dark. So maybe what I'll do is I like having the. Maybe we'll turn the RGB intensity down, and we'll just kind of. And it's not intense enough now. Yeah, we'll keep that. I think that works. Just so it feels like these creatures kind of get like a little bit feisty, you know? I'm trying to decide if I like that. I don't think I do. I think it's too apparent. So I think what I'll do is I'll do something smaller kind of over here. Cool. I think I think we might call this. I think this might be good. This is like okay, so let's save it. And then what we're gonna do is hold on, give me a cough minute. Then what we're gonna do is we're going to export our maps. Okay. In fact, here just since since we did something small and insignificant, let's just kidding. Let's go ahead. Let's grab screenshot. Put this as B, just so we have each of them. Okay. So let's go ahead. Let's export our maps. Okay, so we're gonna come over here, Z plugin. Let's dock it over to the side so we can get to it really easily. And we have multi-map exporter. I want my displacement. I want my texture from Polypaint. And we'll do ambient occlusion too. It's going to take a while for these to export, but I feel like it's important for me to have each of those. Cavity could be cool, but I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. The thing that I do want is subtools and merge maps. And what that's going to do is that everything except for the displacement maps, it should go through and take, you know, if anything is sharing a map with anything else, then it should go through and kind of combine the color for each of those things. Like for instance, the body is spread out across four UDIM tiles, something like that. But then the eyes and different parts of the scales and things like that, they're on same UDIM tiles, the same UV tiles as parts of the body. So it's going to go through and combine those pieces together. The flip V is flip vertical, so it's going to take those maps and at time of export, it's going to flip them so that it's readable in other programs. I don't know why ZBrush does that, but that's there and it's available as an option, so that you don't have to do it manually when you after you've exported. My displacement maps. This is my how I have things set. Okay. Yep, everything should be good. Everything should be good. Let's close that. Everything else should be all right. Oh, let's check out the ambient occlusion real quick. Yeah, that should be fine. Those are just the defaults, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, then we go ahead and we say save because I'm paranoid and I can't remember if I saved or not. Give me a second to cough too. I have high quality UV with applied texture that needs to be polypaint from texture. But I lose the quality unless divide 50 million polygons. Is there any way to go with lower polygons but receive the same result? I mean, you can paint your texture maps in any other software package. I mean, as you can see, I mean my file isn't huge. It has it has almost 10 million polys, so it's not too bad. It's not high definition by any stretch of the imagination, right? But it's enough that I should be able to get the resolution that I need. You know what? I want to add real quick to this tongue while we're talking. But let's turn off the RGB. I want to, so what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to get at? I forgot. What was I saying, guys? My mind just all of a sudden pulled a blank because I saw like the tongue was a little bit more blank than I wanted. But yeah, I guess like the biggest thing that you can do, in order to get, I mean, you can see kind of the, my details aren't perfect, they're not amazing, but it's good enough for what I need, because the closest I intend to ever get to my character is about this far, and that looks great. That looks fine. Yeah, let's make sure that the teeth each have subdivision as well. The eyelashes probably don't need any kind of subdivision. But yeah, so you kind of want to make sure that if you do need to poly paint and add color and detail in that way to your um, to your model, I would try as much as possible um, to keep it as low as possible. Um, the lowest that you need in order to maintain your details. Sometimes it's important to just go through and add resolution. Sometimes it's important to refrain from it. But yeah, that's kind of the big thing, the big deal. So what I want to do, since I don't want to have the eyeglass with a texture, I want to go ahead and kind of hide that, so that I have the eyes with like the sculpted pupil um, visible, but not the other one. It already looks so much better, like much more believable. Yeah, let's go ahead and save this again. And now we can go ahead and we can export our maps. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over once this finishes saving. Wait just a second. Okay. Create all maps. Okay, the vector and displacement maps cannot be merged for EXR format. Please select action, continue. That's totally fine. I was expecting that. That's what I was intending. I'm going to go ahead and save this pinned quick access, just so that that's there and I don't have to worry about losing this. I'm going to say new folder, underscore textures. Okay, there we go. And then we'll title this one from ZBrush. This way I can understand that that way I can understand that that these maps that are being generated right now, that's where from ZBrush maps are going to be. And I'll probably refer to them as my final maps, but I'll also use them to generate other maps using Photoshop. That's a process that I believe I will not be able to showcase on my stream later, but you can see it's going through and it's doing the different tiles. It's always super exciting to kind of watch that process happen. But yeah, so this is the process. Goes through the different UV tile right there. Super cool. But yeah, anyway, that's the process. That's kind of how that goes, and it will combine everything into the different texture squares. In fact, if we wanted to, it's really exciting to me to be able to watch it on the model, because I like watching it, change through the different parts. But if we really wanted to be able to see this, got the creature, we got the textures from ZBrush, and you can see here the textures so far. And it's one of the things that's really, really neat to me is to be able to see these disappear and then reappear with extra bits. So right now, this, in fact, let's view extra large, so that way you can see it a little bit better. This bit right here, there are pieces here that are supposed to fill in this this tile. As ZBrush goes through finishing out these its pass on combining the textures, you'll notice that it'll start to fill in these gaps. It'll do the same thing with the ambient occlusion, and it'll do the same thing with the with this foot down here. This is the back foot. Oh, the eye! Look at that! Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like I've got 5 UDIM tiles. That should be it. You see the first one just disappeared. It'll reappear with the other pieces or some more pieces on it. Whatever piece it is that it's working on. It's so exciting. It's stupid how exciting this is to me. Uh-oh. Is something going wrong? Please don't be going wrong. I would be so disappointed. It should be doing just fine. I'm not sure what's happening with the texture. It should bring it back here in just a minute though, because you can see that it's okay. I mean, it keeps popping things in and out, but you can see that it doesn't have the 1001, the 1001 of each of these, the AOC and the diffuse. So in a minute here, it should bring those back after it's combined. Have you got COVID? I do. Or I did. I'm kind of out of it now, so it's just like a healing cough. It's just pain in the butt, but I'm negative, so yeah, COVID sucks. I don't wish it on anyone. So the pieces that should be going into that first tile include the teeth and the tongue. Well, yeah, the teeth, the head, and the spikes along the head. I think it should also include some of the plates going down the back, but yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna go ahead and hide that. You see, it's going through and it's trying to sort out the maps from that first bit. Oh, maps created and exported. ¿A dónde la viste? It's like it went through and it created it and then it just deleted it. I don't know exactly what happened, but we're going to do this. I am going to take these things, control copy. Actually, maybe not even control copy. Let's just make a new folder. Oops. Well, if you want to make a dragon, right now is kind of a cool opportunity because there's the ArtStation challenge happening right now. So I would totally go through and do that. You know, it's a fun opportunity. I'm gonna go through, call this pass one. I've got to make sure that I get all these maps, and it totally deleted my first map. Not sure why. What in the world? Let's turn that off because we don't need that. So it looks like it did create the texture. And when we come up here to the texture map, you can see that we've got this, we've got all these different pieces, just that for some reason it didn't combine them. So I'm going to do, yeah, let's go ahead and dock this over to the side so we can get to it easily. I'm going to select some of these and actually export them manually. Okay. Okay, and then everything else here should be fine. Now it's just a matter of taking the rest of these and being like, okay, so we've got this. We'll say 101B, so that way it can be added in nicely. That's 104, that's 104, that's 104. Okay, so we're just going to come over here then. We're going to say export 104B. You see those are some different scales there. 104. So these are the different toenails that we're exporting right here. I'm just gonna export. It's like the stuff that you do when you shouldn't have to do. Okay, export that. So that's a little bit of a bug. I'm not sure why that's not working. I'll have to go through and submit a report. So this is 101, so we're gonna say this is C. So this looks like it's the spikes from on top of the head. Yeah, so I'll just go through and combine them in Photoshop. This looks like it's some teeth. (101D). Which, you know, combining these inside of Photoshop, it's not a difficult thing to do. You can just layer these in, and then you can set them to, like, you can use inside of your layer. Like if you double click on your layer, not on the name, but on the layer itself, like off to the right of the name, it'll bring up this box, and at the bottom of that box, there's a thing called Blend If. So if you hold Alt on the section that says Blend If on this layer, if you hold Alt and click and drag that black arrow, it'll split it apart, and then you can, you know, kind of, you know, pull the other arrow up a little bit too, and that'll get rid of anything that's pure black. You got to be careful because then it'll start to blend out your other darker colors if you have darker colors. But you know, you figure it out. Okay, we're almost done exporting out these maps. What am I on? EF. Okay, this should be the last one here. G. Not entirely sure what that was. I think it might have been the eyelashes, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay. I'm pretty sure we've gotten all the pieces. These are all just these, so it's not really like not a huge deal to me that I didn't get them. I'm gonna go ahead and save this again. Okay. Cool. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's easy enough in Photoshop anyway. I don't have Substance on my computer. It's expensive, which I'm sure you can understand. So yeah, I don't have. I'm sure most people could understand, right? Um, so yeah, Substance is not something that I have on my personal machine. I do have it on my work machine, which is something that I thought about using, but I didn't, obviously. So yeah, I mean that's where we're gonna leave it. That's where we're gonna call it. Um, I have no idea why this didn't work. It's kind of frustrating, but you know. Oh, it's not inside Substance. You just download it. Oh, a tool made for Substance. Okay, I see what you're saying. So it's an extra plugin or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I can still do it in Photoshop, and it's easy. It's what I've been doing for years. And then I use those maps that I create inside of Photoshop to then go ahead and create um, other things like my roughness or my specular maps, my subsurface maps, other things like that. So yeah, I mean that's where we'll call this. Hopefully we'll be able to get into stream again later. Let's go ahead and turn this so we can just to be able to end the stream close up on our little guy here. um, yeah. I mean, thanks for coming, guys. Thanks for coming and having fun. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed hanging out, and gosh, I'm really cutting it close on this contest, guys. You guys have 2 days if you're joining in on the Dragon Challenge on ArtStation. Then good luck. I will try to kick this cough to the curb as soon as I can. But yeah, dang, it's so exciting to go through and get a project this close to finished. Gosh, thanks for coming and hanging out. It's always nice having good people around. Hopefully you guys have a great day, and be kind to those around you. Go Cowboys. Just kidding. Anyway, cheers. I hope you guys have a great weekend. I've said that several times, and I always do, and I always will. But, whatever. See you next time I see you. Smartest out.